Oh, I accidentally changed screens. Good morning, guys. Oh, the auto screen switch did me in. Uh, Probably a good. I need to be able to toggle it off. Or I should add a condition. Especially since asset site, I think, includes some stuff I don't really want. Which, going through. I think things here will be. Anyway, while. No, I don't need that. I'll fill with. Let's just crack on. Let's crack on. I want to make it so that it only transitions from live mains, my two live scenes, the other one anywhere. But so good morning, guys. Today we're gonna get phone me noticing that like it's noticing that it's open has thrown me. I was just cleaning up the things that I like. I want to make sure are hidden. I don't need open, but anyway, yeah. Today we're going to be working on weapon types. So we're going to switch to a particle-based weapon. I'm going to have an experiment with having a particle system.play object. I might experiment with that in I might. I'm not sure how best I want to experiment with that. I think what I might do is just we'll set up a scene that's just an always on. And we'll do that first. Sort of, because I haven't used the particle system for a while, and I'm also considering maybe what if I would prefer to use the VFX graph. So I need some sort of interface to the weapon that will set it to play. So I can call a play function at like a play, and it won't matter whether it's a particle system, the projectile system, or I'm going to use the VFX graph. So I'm using the particle system to send. I think initially we'll just small sparks. I might lay it on with some side effects as well. We'll see. We'll see. Well, let's do that first. We can change the VFX system later. I just want to. I've noticed what I'm not doing something that I should be doing this week because I'm rushing. My general philosophy of when we're writing stuff for games is like that I should be doing some planning before each individual. I have a way that I structure that, and that's quite deliberate. In that, a lot of people when they're designing something and they're not really sure what they're going to build, you just jump in and start writing code, and you see just let it flow out, right? And that's kind of what I've been doing with this. And it's not what I should be doing. Now, the other extreme is people who just spend weeks and weeks designing every system, and I have done that quite a bit. I have done that quite a bit. And I think either extreme is problematic. So what I tend to try and do when I'm doing something like this that's quite experimental is anytime you come to make a class or an object, you stop, you spend 5 minutes to like literally just limit it to 5 minutes. Go, what parameters am I going to need? What methods am I going to need? How's it going to interact with the other things? Just stop and think, but don't fully design the system. And I've ran into a couple of traps because I haven't stopped to think a few times with this. And I probably should have done. And I've made things a lot harder because of that. And so I'm going to try and make a conscious effort to do that a little bit more. So I'm going to go scenes, demo. We're going to open a new scene. So new scene, indoors URP. Come on, render, thank you. I'm going to do geometry, lighting. Okay, we're going to delete the... Actually, I'm going to leave the sphere this time. I want the Unity wall material. 1, 2, 3. Move it to there. Icons. And we're going to save this scene as demo particle test scene. Now our main camera here is looking forward. I'm going to rearrange this slightly. I think the easiest way is if I rotate the geometry by 90 degrees. There we go. And I'm going to spread the light out a little bit. So key light. This is actually this is genuinely quite a useful scene. Backlight, fill light. Most of these not really going to make much difference for this. Right, and I'm going to 3D object cube particle emitter 0, 0, 0, and scale to we'll do 0.1 in Y and make it 1 meter high, and we're 1, 2, 4, 5. Right, so it's going to go that way. I'm going to rename that because particle emitter is a Unity object and this isn't. Particle gun, right? And now I'm going to do particle system. There we go. The Z is forward, so I should probably make my particle gun. I remember this because it just occurred to me scale stuff. So particle actually let's delete that. I'll delete the system because it's a placeholder. I'm going to change that to 0.1 and change it to 1. I'll duplicate that. Place one inside the other. On the bottom one is going to be visual mesh slider. Gun itself, don't need visual mesh. I actually don't need. I don't. I don't need a collider with this. And it's just occurred to me I probably don't on the player either. In this game, it doesn't really matter if the gun specifically gets hit, but we'll get back to that. I'm gonna rotate it 90 in a Y, and I want local. I just want to see. Okay, I want to rotate it Y. Z forward. I think. Right. So now if I add a particle system, so I've done that. I separated the visual mesh. I didn't change the scale in the right order. Hang on. I move the visual mesh out. Now we'll reset the scale and now move the visual mesh back in. Then it picks up. Now its scale just becomes local. Particle guns scale is 1. So visual effects, particle system. Right, so Z is forward. That works fine. I'm going to move the gun back maybe a little bit. Now this is set to, let's say, not that familiar with these. I might actually blow the UI up while I'm doing. These are tiny. Our duration absolutely only needs to be 1 second. Don't need to pre-warm. I don't really need a loop, but I'm going to yes, I'm going to leave it on looping. I'll leave it on play on await because it's just easier for testing. I'm going to remove the AI navigation. Gravity source. Do we care about gravity source? Now, these are high-speed projectiles that are done with a raycast, so we probably don't care about the gravity source. Simulation space is world, because once the player's going to be moving. Once a bullet is fired, we don't want it to be carried along with the player. Hey, Simple, how you doing, bud? So start speed, we're going to want this to be much higher. Probably even higher than that. Probably even higher than that. Okay. Start lifetime. Right, and we see we've got this widespread. We don't need that. I'm going to change the shape in a second. What we want here is you to see the travel, but it only to really take a couple of frames. I'm going to change the start color. Random between gradient. Go one of them, get like orange. Want kind of the same thing, but a lot darker. What are you up to today, Simple? I'm doing that. So if I slow this down, you'll see we've got this. Oh, hang on. Random between gradient. Let's just random between colors. That one. I think random between gradients probably works. The other one we'll do is kind of a bit more reddish. Again, we'll make that darker. Lighten. A bit more yellow. Again, I'm agonizing. It's fine. It'll do. In fact, let's just go random between sort of light orange, light, slightly darker orange. So we've got a little bit of variation in what's coming through, but crazy. Okay, that works. I'm gonna put the starts back on. I might actually tweak the UI because I'm going to be spending a lot of time fiddling with particle settings. So let's make it so it's actually a bit more legible on stream, because I imagine this won't compress particularly well either. Requires restart. That's fine. Or save the scene. Not a lot. Thinking of heading to bed. I've been up since 6 a.m. Monday. What have you been doing that's required you to be up that long? Oh shit. Hope everything's okay, bud. That's not that's not a small thing. He's fine. Good, good. Good to hear. Right, so scaling mode. We'll leave that to local. Actually, local will scale with if I make any changes to the gun, and we don't want that, so I'm just going to leave it to ape. Not 100% sure on that, so we'll leave it alone for the emitter velocity. Max particles probably doesn't matter too. What we don't want is if we have several of these, like if we put them on an enemy, it to be able to get ridiculous. If you look at the moment, even when it's traveling very slow like this, I'm getting maybe 10, 15 at a time. So if I cap this at like 50, we're probably fine, especially since I'm going to increase the speed of this. And essentially, once it's to the point where it can travel across 30 units or 20 units in, say a tenth of a second, we probably don't need anything beyond that. Stop action mode buffer. Now, I don't want rate over time. I want a burst. I'll do rate over time 0. Count 1. Right, so this is full first every n seconds. No, we don't. We don't want to. That doesn't appear to be. Oh, because we're only down one cycle. So I could do, if I were to do like 0.15. Uh, change the cycles to count can be a curve. That's interesting. But this is all I need. So the interval doesn't really matter. I'm just not really going to be one cycle. All I need. I am going to set it to 5 count, just so that I can see the. Or let's set it to a 10 count, just so I can see the shape a little bit better as I sort of tweak the shape. So I'll come back to these settings. So let's actually. So now essentially I've just forced it continuous fire mode. Right, shape is a cone. Angle is going to be relatively. Radius is going to be much smaller, 0.2 or 0. We also need to move the particle system so it looks like it's coming from the front of the weapon. There. That essentially, if we're thinking machine gun fire, what I would probably want to do is in the script change the angle to whatever the drift is. So if I allow the drift to be specified on each weapon, I probably want to look for the particle system to tweak that. But that's a future thing, I think. Just want it to look like it visually it's hitting the enemy. Like we don't have like headshots and critical areas yet. So just anything that gives us a little bit of variation while we're top down. For probably be fine. I'm looking at the fact that this ball is sort of roughly the radius, is also roughly the radius of the enemy. And I'm thinking if I'm firing all the way across the arena, we're actually going to be kind of there. Let's have a quick look. Platform center is 8 wide. Um, 1, 2, 3. So the full size I'm going to go out to. Kind of almost that. I go particle system now. I mean, once I rack the speed up, it'll be a bit better. So make this 20. There we go. At this point, it looks like the angle is a lot bigger, just because it's has chance to drift wider, shall we say? An angle of probably 3 degrees, or maybe half. Probably more than enough. Radius. Oh, it's Oh, I see. It's like so we can avoid the center, but we don't really. Speed is consistent. We emit from the base. Bit fine. shapes, but I think that's fine. So if we're at the max distance, some of the shots will look like they're just glancing blows, but that's okay. That's okay. Right, let's move this back out here. Go. You know, I shouldn't do that. Like, I should be building within an arena that's a lot closer to the size of the arena that I'm going to be building in. So let's just take the platform. Let's. I'll leave the Y height, but we'll double. It was 8. That's 16. I'm going to need to take the lighting a little. Oh, that's got quite a short. Change the global. Range. Bit. Why do you move the light rather than the stand? Range. We'll make the range a little bit more. Full. A little bit narrower. Local. And tilt that a little bit. That also tilts the light. They've got the pivot in exactly the right place there. That's really useful. Then key light. Okay, so now we'll go back to global space, duplicate that. Right, you see, now we've got this. I'll leave that there. Right, tripod neck, spotlight head, local space, rotate. Probably fine. Neck. Oh, hang on, wrong one again. Tripod neck. I really like this setup. It's a really cool. Like, these are actually going to be so useful. They're just meant to be part of the template, and imagine for most games they're just you don't need them. But with the sort of TV aesthetic, I'm going with this. Actually, is quite useful. That's why I'm so dark. I forgot about the area light. So this has the same problem I had before, where it should be an area light, but it's a spotlight because I don't want to have to bake the scene. So I'm gonna drop the intensity, and I'm going to change back to global space. Duplicate it. There, and we'll duplicate it again. There. Should have prefabbed that really. Prefabs. Yeah, let's do that because I'm going to be tweaking settings on ceiling light. Prefabbed. Okay, so spotlight. Change that down a little bit more. I guess what I want is not quite as a defined center. Do I want to change the outside edge or side to soften it a little? Make that 60. Drop the one more. Apply that to the prefab. Now I'm going to create an array of them. So I'm going to go duplicate. Duplicate it again. Move that to 8. I think one's 8, one's -8. I kind of did them in the wrong order, but that's fine. Duplicate that. This is a lot of active lights in the scene, but that doesn't matter. It's just to test the particles. I just want to get kind of mimic the setup in the other scene. So I'm going to make those empty parent ceiling lights. Ooh, and actually, create empty. Doing this to copy its transform because I want this. I want the ceiling light to be. Drop that out. Yeah, 0, 6, and 0. Right. Okay. Wanted to check. Probably could have done that an easier way if I'm honest. Height is at 6. All their Y height is at 6, so I'm going to that at and all of those at 0. Raise it up to 8. There we go. That essentially achieves what I want. It's going to be complaining about the shadows, but it's fine. I could actually set the spotlight there. Not create shadows or create them at a very low resolution. Apply all. I don't want. This is a demo scene. It's supposed to be simple, so I don't want things that are obvious, totally obvious happening. Seeing a shadow that's low resolution is much more obvious than there just being no shadows. I don't think it doesn't matter. Right, so we've got the other one. I'm going to bring gun over here. Kind of want to put that on the tripod just because I think that would be funny. Sort of edit one of these tripods. I can do that with it. Look. This is a demo scene. It doesn't matter. So rotate Go. Wrong object. There we go. Part of me, wants an automated setup here where I can just, if I was to grab the light and do that with it, it would just automatically adjust all the tripods, like transforms and stuff for me, and then I could just hide them and just be like, okay, position the light where you want it, click button, and it just has the correct setup. Right, let's do these little lights. So spotlight, fill light. That is a go there, and the backlight. Duplicate fill light. Other one there. Probably one round. Like so. Okay, this thing is now covered in lights. Is I should have just put a directional light. I really should. If I look at all the ceiling lights, if I disable that now, see how aggressive the specular reflections are on here. Like that's probably actually quite bad for what I want. I want to be able to see. I want to be able to see everything in neutral, and I'm okay. Light, directional light, real time at 10, just because I want it out the way. I'm also going to put it at the top of the list. Just notice we have a probe volume that came in with this. Now not big enough to lights above. Current URPS, it does not support adaptive probe volume. Okay, we can ignore that. Okay, let's collapse all that. Directional light. Down. Yeah, that's super intense. 90. Then like, yeah, we'll just have it down. Intensity 0.1. Then I'm going to delete the. I guess I don't need the ceiling light. Or I don't need the extra. Makes life a lot easier. Yeah, let's do that. Ceiling light. I'll enable it again. I'm going to up that intensity again. Can be a spotlight. There we go. That and the direction. 20, right. Okay. Happy with that. directional light. We've got sort of this relatively neutral scene now. Thinking perhaps have somewhere that summarizes all the lights in the scene just in one list. That's it. Light exposure gives us a really useful tweak for like the common settings. Like this is so useful. Spotlight. That's definitely not useful. Terrible name. So like this gives us like super control. Oh, I can click on. I mean, being able to click on them for life a little bit easier. Trying to reduce the strength of those specular reflections. I five fine backlight. Quite a big range. Yeah, that's more than enough. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. Let's get on with the particling. I am going to save this. Right, so at this point, I've accidentally moved the visual mesh. Click. Visual mesh should be 0, 0. Okay, visual mesh is 0, 0. Particle system is there, and the gun itself will have. Oh, oh. I see. It's 2.08. Like the UI isn't big enough to show the e to the -7. So I thought it was showing at 2.08, which is actually quite big. If I put 2.08, I was like, why is it miles out? And it's not. It's just rounding error when I placed it. Right, so we're currently at 3.5. We're going to bring it back to -7, or rather 7. I keep getting my positive and negative mixed up. And there we go, particle system. And this is over the not quite the full distance we would expect. But realistically, our full distance needs to cover the corner to corner of the arena. Which I'm sure this will. We can check. We can double check that later. But let's get these particles a reasonable. I'm going to slow them down so I can just. Just slowing them down so I can get a clearer vision of what they look like. Do that because I should look at them how they're going to look game. Okay, so do we want lights? I kind of like lights when they're attached to things that are supposed to spark. I think maybe not this system. Maybe let's rename this bullet particle because I might have a. I might also want to add like a casings coming out the side and sparks flying. So we'll add those as separate parts. I do like lights, but if I remember rightly, they are quite. They usually want like a point light. And at the rate these are traveling beyond the initial like muzzle flash, you're not gonna. Oh! It occurs to me I should layer this because you can use the sub emitters to trigger the. I can use the sub emitters to trigger. That's later because I don't care about triggers. Don't need collision. Visual, we're going to calculate it with a raycast. Don't need to. Rotation. Uh, Color over lifetime. Now that might be relevant. Those are the shapes. Dark color, paste. Because we maybe want these to go from have them trend lighter over the lifetime. If I bring that down a bit. That's gradient. Can't do. I'd need the same color set. Okay. Rather than just being between that gradient. Do that color and that one. So I'm just copying these colors. So my start color ends up being one color. Copy paste button to create preset. And then the color over lifetime. Paste. That one. That one. I'm not sure I like that. I don't think that creates the diversity of color that we had. Like it doesn't look as interesting anymore. Made it worse. There we go. inherit velocity. Do we want to inherit the velocity? Inherited velocity. So if I do, I'm not sure if I can do this in it. Can't. I'm gonna have to add a script to make it oscillate at runtime and then hit play. I just do that with the animate, right? Controller rather than. Guess we'll do that. Animation, create animation controller. Keep testing animator, and I'm gonna have to make an animation clip. Ugh. It's a long while since I've done this. I should have just done this in code. This is the you should definitely have done it in code moment. So animation testing animation. Those will not like me doing the case. I'm just that twice. Oscillation. Save. Scene particle gun. And it's been so long since I've actually made an animation from scratch like this. This is kind of fun, but also, like I say, it's been a while. So we're going to do record. I need a keyframe there. Zero. I just did that to sort of trigger the keyframe. Then we're going to go to 60 samples a second. I've got it set to. Let's do there. Move to Z is 2. 1. Oh wait, will this give it? It won't have it'll need a rigid body to inherit velocity, right? Right, so 60, 120, back to 0. 180. Negative. Did I make it 1 or 2? 180. -1. 240. 0. Awesome. If I hit come out of that. I don't like how that removes the smoothing curves. I don't think I actually needed that last point, did I? I did need that last curves. how to sort of extrapolate the curve. Figure this out. Ripple mode 2. What does ripple mode? Particle position. Move prop. Oh, we don't want to remove it. Ah, auto. Just occurred to me as well that that needs to not necessarily be. That shouldn't be at 240, and it shouldn't be 0. It needs to be the extrapolated amount, right? Hang on. Auto? 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 I'm doing this kind of just to sort of have a bit of a refresher on the animator. That's better. It's still out by 1 frame. Because if I go to 239 there, that should be our last keyframe. Add a keyframe there. That sort of calculated position, if I delete that, because what we're essentially doing is we were stopping on 0 for 2 frames, and you could see this sort of hesitation. Okay, that looks better. Now, if I was to actually hit play camera, very about 65. Go little. I want to be up a bit and looking down so I can see better. That. Okay. And I'm going to duplicate the main camera. I'm going to add a new empty there, there. Transform. Place the other main camera in it. Rotate that by 90. Move the main camera out. Camera 1, and we've got main camera. That's camera 2. That is camera 1. Their main camera, just because of the tag. At the moment, they'll think it's the first one in the hierarchy will take precedent, and then it's like the latest one spawned, I think. Which I think would mean the last one. Oh, I didn't realize the camera had a script on it to enable. I actually didn't. I don't need this. what I want to do is get to be able to look at it from this angle. Got this sample cam script. Okay, we'll delete the second one. This one's in the position I want it to start in. And now I want to be able to speed this up. Is that the right way around? Is the right way around. So 60, 120, 240. Okay. Bullet particle. Hit play, and then I'll change it at runtime and play with the settings and just see how it looks. Give me my mouse back. Okay, so at the moment, I mean, it looks fine. I guess it's simulation spaces world. Make that local. Right, can you see that? So when it's world, once it's emitted, it will continually move with it. That world space. What I was kind of expecting is, so if you're moving quickly in one direction, when you fire the bullet, it should carry on moving in that direction. Now, I don't think inherent velocity will work. Multiply this by 10 just to exaggerate it a bit. Okay, maybe that was a bit much. Okay, so it doesn't. It actually doesn't need the rigid body. Interesting. The particle system must calculate, have an internal, like its own way of tracking the velocity. Okay. What we want here, maybe, if I go 1, now, I think this is actually, like looking at this, I think this is actually a bad idea. Because while this replicates physics more realistically, one, it's a little heavier, and two, if I give you an aim line, like, you need your aim to be predictable, and this aim is less predictable for players, I think. Let's not do that. Okay? Well, let's look at the rest of the settings. I can come out of play mode for that. We can do the rest in the editor. We'll hide the camera now. Thinking about playing with the duration a little, but back to that. Trails. Part of me thinks trails could look good on these, but that's horrific. Ribbon. I think they're definitely too big. Point 0.1. Stretch. Size effects width. Particle. Okay, that's just how many. Zoom distance, open travel, world space. Yes. Oh, assign a trail material in the renderer module. Have a default. Uh, I'm not sure. Okay, I'd have to play a lot with this to get it look good. So I'm gonna not. Trail. We'll disable trails. Just the particles will be fine. What I probably want is just to inherit the color of these and just leave a very like small trail. That's fine. Everything's fine other than the renderer. So got particle unlit here. Render mode is billboard. That's probably the sensible option. I want particle unlit. I'm going to copy that into my materials folder so I can experiment with different options. There's unlit. Surface type is transparent alpha. So this is just comes to the default texture 2D. What I want for this is probably like a spark or a bullet. I could kind of shoehorn one of the things into this that might end up looking right, but at the moment it's this one, like default particle. Do I want it to be slightly longer. It needs this haze. Uh, this is partly why I made a copy of the material as well, so I can mess with settings. See what we get if I put stupid things on this. Put the eyeball on it. That might actually almost work. Article. Oh, of course, it needs to be round because it's rotated to billboard. Is it horizontal billboard? That actually, like, it needs softer edges. Look at that in the game window. We're actually almost there. Like that, it definitely needs softer edges. I think horizontal billboard works better. Porting fudge. Lower the number, most likely. Okay, we don't care. Particle size, max particle size. We've got some variants. Oh yeah. Wait, could the size actually be 0? Okay, that's kind of ridiculous, but it's funny. Flip pivot visualize pivot. Do we want to mask them? No. Cast shadows on. Oh, I'm not in play mode. Go to move. Uh, probably don't want it to cast shadows. So we'll horizontal billboard. I'm gonna gimp and I'm gonna make a particle texture. Just something that's. I might cheat the. I might cheat the. I might cheat the trail as well by sort of artificially putting a trail in. So I'm going to make a new. How big do I want this? Let's have a quick look. That's a texture 2D. Go in Explorer. Oh, hang on, that's a theme. Particle. Lit. It's a TSS. I wonder if GIMP can work with a TSS file. Didn't think so. All right, but it's essentially just a dash. That's we can work, right? I'm essentially just making a dash. Kind of wanted to see its arrangement. Dash, smaller one. Of course, it's going to render to the same size. I wanted to see my arrangement and just how big it was. So I'm going to create new. I'm going to make this at 4x64, and we'll zoom in. Oh, hey man, how you doing? Sorry, I was kind of zoned out there, but I will have a stretch. It's probably about time. I'd got when I viewed things in Explorer, popped a window, kind of like overlaid that, so I could zoned in. But how are you doing? Hydrate. Not actual, but this is not caffeinated, so it's hydrated. I definitely need that. I should take the gate off the off the microphone so that you can hear the cracks. Okay, let's full screen GIMP, and I'm going to very quickly just make a rough particle. Colors. We want layer, transparency, add alpha channel, delete everything. Go by position here. I'm going to go from feather edges, the radius of 10. I'm going to go from 0, 20 to 64. Oh, hang on. I shouldn't make it. To make it a nice. So hang on. 64. Go from 64 to 16. And from 64 to 48. Let's go. I actually want this to be more of a capsule shape, but let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. Okay, so we're dead center. I'm going to make 1 pixel at the end. So we've got some dead space. A little bit of dead space. Right. Gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again. 1 of dead space and then 1 of dead space and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Okay, Deben, how you doing? I'm doing art, Deben. I'm doing art. Yeah, I'm just designing a particle. So I'm going to have that go all the way to the end. I'm going to include the last pixel here. This is why I allowed that's okay. That doesn't look good. That feathering. Let me do that again because the okay. I assumed wrongly that the feathering would exist inside, sort of within the selection radius. It doesn't. It is outside the selection radius. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to image figure grid 16 by 16. Okay, view show grid. Right, and that's going to make my selecting thing a lot easier. Did some more last night, by the way. Finished with the 17 new parts of the kit. Made 2 more. Very good to hear. Very good to hear, bud. So 1, 2, 4. 1, 4. Right. So I need the radius. The radius is in pixels, so I need at least 5 pixels outside the selection. So 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to bring this in on 4. 1, 2, 4. Do I want a? And I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's try that. I do not get how the feather radius. Is that even a color? Like it's 1, 2, 5. My God, it is. It is. It's just so transparent. I can barely tell on this monitor. Okay. 2 new pillar variants as well because you said those pillars made the rooms feel small. Yeah, I think they're a bit chunky for the room. They're very like they feel. Bear in mind that like, these like rooms are quite a restricted size, so I'm a little nervous about putting in anything uh, that takes up big chunks of room unless we're doing a set piece in a room where that's kind of the point. Right. So I'm going to reduce the feather on the trail. So I want 1, 2, 3. Bring this in. Bring that in. That should be. If I extend this in here, because I don't want it. I want it to just overlap. So if I make that white now. Wait. Do I have? We are fill hole selection. That feathered within the boundary. Okay, not going to question it. I think this will do, but I also don't necessarily need the entire image. Right, I'm going to export C drive git, and we are play for freedom, assets. I don't have a folder for textures yet, oddly. And we are projectile.png. It's a really tiny one. Do we need 16-bit? Accept it, it's fine. Right, so we've got samples, textures. Here we are, projectile, default. It is a sprite 2D. Sprite mode is mesh type. Oh, I need to install the 2D sprite package. I'm just going to go use. I'm just going to not use the sprite package. It's fine. Oh, I was going to use the sprite package to trim this down. Let's select fuzzy select. I just want to double check where things. Take feather edges off. Select transparent areas. We're going to take the threshold down to 0. Right, so that gives us a clear view of everything that is not transparent. Okay, that's the entire image file. But we have to load the entire 32 by 32 into memory anyway. Powers of 2. So we'll do that. File, export. We want to. Alpha is transparency. Yes. Apply. There we go. Gonna materials. Default particle unlit. This is where I find out that I've done it the wrong rotation. I mean, Unity search. Makes sense. Wait, why can I not use the materials? Particle. Lock. Textures. I can use that. Why was it not coming up? Search. Projectile. Material. What is coming? I was going mad. I was just not. It's backwards. Ah. Image. Where's the rotate entire image option? No, we'll do Control A. Rotate by 180. Rotate. Let's just do the selection. That'll look fine. File, export. There we are. We are the correct way around. I wanted it to be a little flatter here. I think what I'm going to do is I have 1 pixel there to play with. There's only 1 pixel, literally only 1 pixel, but do Control X, Control V, move that 1 pixel over. I'm just doing that because I don't want to accidentally overlay the transparency. Select. That. Copying. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. There we go. Merge down. Merge down. It's a tiny thing, but flatten out the edges slightly. Okay. If I hit play now. This took way longer. Worst result, I would like to admit. I'm not happy with the shape. Okay, now I have a workflow. Layer to image size. Now I have a workflow. I'm gonna adjust it. Feather the edges and do just the grid 8 by 8. Okay, go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. That's halfway. That's halfway. Okay. So I'm going to feather to 5 again. No, that's not big enough. One, two, three, 1, 3. Okay, that's correct. There. Okay, rectangle select. Control X, Control V, move. There. Just trying to make it closer to the pill shape that I had previously. Down. Control X. Let's fill the gap in. Control C, V. 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 Probably been quicker to do like 4 and then hit, but that those can down. X, V, up by 2. Yep, that works. XB. That works. C, Control B, B, go, we'll move down. I think I'm roughly that. How it looks at the tail. Better. So we're closer to the wow, that looks way shorter. So we're gonna expand that. So X, B, N, C. I keep forgetting that I can't just drag select. I have to actually click to confirm the selection. Right, select transparent just to see how much I've got to play with. Edge down. How have I ended up with an uneven shape there? I don't know, and I don't much care because it's not really going to be visible. I think what I'm going to do is export that and just that looks. They look too chunky. I think I want them to be slightly thinner, and then we'll add the trail. Delete. Trying to make sure I get I keep forgetting with these that I need to select a wider area around them. The transparency. Right, there we go. Let's export that again. That looks better. Longer pill. And I'm going to select really small feather radius. 1 pixel wide there. Like with the trail. That didn't. Right. Feather edges. Feather at all. I guess if it's not, if it's only 1 pixel wide, maybe it just can't calculate. Okay, let's see what it looks like with the trail. I think maybe instead of just a solid trail, I want to do let's clone tool. We're going to clone 1 pixel. I'm going to clone that pixel. Select everything. Clone tool. That pixel. And oh, that's my on. Brush's clipboard mask. Hang on. 1 pixel. Okay, there we are. Size is 3. So set the transparency like that. Am I on feathering again? Those are more than one. That'll be because I'm clicking. Well, let's see how that behaves. I can't even tell that. There and selection of currencies. File. I can see it when it's static. Does that create the... That'll do. That'll do. Still maybe a little bit too wide, but that'll do. Um, I can scale it in. Let's stop. Got our default particle. Oh, start size. Yeah, so I can reduce the size there. Well, I can randomize the size. So 0.8, 0.5. I need the closer. Aim. That looks. Bear in mind, these are going to travel a lot faster. There we go. Now we have something a bit more. Look how far they're. If I go this, basically our arenas are 20 by 20. So if I rotate this by 45 degrees, go across there, our combination of speed and lifetime should take it roughly to this corner. I do 5. That's basically not quite reaching the corner. There we go. I think it was probably fine if it doesn't quite. Then There, that's perfect. And it's just occurred to me that we are currently rotated the wrong way. Article 0, 0, 0, and forward because I'm gun. Right, if I move the gun. Okay. Their original transform needs. These aren't round like the default one. Or not simulation space. Delta. It's not scaling mode. From line to direction. That does nothing. Line to direction. Rotate. Okay, that's. I know I've seen the setting for it. No, I've seen it. But I don't remember where. Slow these down so that I can actually. All right, Google. Google, you're up. Uh, uh, Article. It's just the initial rotate parent. Shape. Forever lifetime. World space. Three particles. This is nonsense. Okay, maybe I'll just back the station over lifetime. Mm. So they're facing the same way They're always facing the same way. Turn off the. Wait. What did I? What did I change? Oh, I changed horizontal. Um. Okay, but they always face the same direction. Um. As same direction, regardless of parent. They seem. Oh, if I set the base to local, and then I change that, it's still doesn't care. Same direction. Uh, I know there's a setting for it somewhere. Right, let's keep. Oh, that's kind of cool. Render align. Let the particles. Ah, because if I set it to just billboard, that's why I couldn't see it because I'd set it to horizontal billboard. Local. Now if I rotate that, play. Okay, that's progress. Do I just sort of rotate the image? Done with it. Yeah, let's rotate. I close. Fantastic. Pro move. Go and Explorer. Uh, open with GIMP. On my wrong monitor. Fine. Image. Transform. Rotate 90 clockwise. File. Export. Huh? How did that make it worse? Nice pivot. Alignment facing. That's camera face. Velocity. No. That's a lot to that's fine. Wait, that's actually closer on the camera. Local. Okay. Both settings when the particle should be fully attached to the parent. Local. Um, if I set the render alignment to, oh, hang on, tape. I rotate this. That's not going to work. There was the setting that made them emit sideways. Okay. Set alignment to local. How do I? Rotate the take 9. Take negative. That works. Now they're horizontal because it's local space. Okay. local max part. That's not. Now, if I rotate the gun, and play the particle system, there we go. Now they always align flat. What I did there is I rotated the bullet, the particle system itself by 90, emission by -90. So kind of forcing the renderer to get aligned, giving it a local space alignment that it can play nice, correcting that rotation. That is so. Set that back. Face that way. If I turn this back up, 5 on lifetime. I think actually, red we could probably do. Duration is 0. Uh, so now I need to control this by script, I guess. Well, let's hit play again. See what we get. See what it looks like in play mode, and I'll move the camera a little higher up. Yeah, they're definitely too big. I think they definitely need. Don't care about that particle. Uh, yeah, I definitely made this big. I know. Yes, from X, D, layer, Control X. One. Export that. I got to where we would. They're I think they're more solid than I would have expected. Like it's not picked up the transparency, but it did in Unity. Alpha is. Oh, I remember that. Filter mode. Expression. These mess with it. Don't remember. I set point no filter, you'll see what I mean. Okay. Oh, I need to. Look about the same. No compression. Tiny, tiny image. Not seeing the soft edge. Maybe if I go back to the particles, I can. Also vary the transfer level. Better. Right. Okay. So now we need to change the emission back down to out of one side. Okay. Stop. Not loop. Not going to play on a wave. So the next question is, can I continually spam? A. So particle save this scene as well. Give it a second to reload. I'm wondering if rather than play, I want emit, because like when I'm hitting play in the editor, it it won't play again like till a duration has triggered. So I'm gonna do serialize field particle system. I don't want M particle system. I want bullet particle system, and we want to do update. This is just for testing, so I don't really care about that. I'm going to need to enable the new input system. So default, what do I call it? Player inputs. What do I call it? Character controller. Player controls. Player controls. Player controls. And we're going to do on enable player controls equals new player controls, and then we want input action fire fire equals player controls dot player dot fire. I believe it's just mapped to left mouse input. I'm going to do if fire dot was pressed this frame method. We're going to do bullet particle system. Now, dot play is the obvious one, so let's try that. Also double check what I assigned fire to. Left mouse button. That's fine. What I think is going to be the problem here is it does nothing. Okay. On enable fire.was and the part overload a null reference. Why did we not load a null reference? Okay. Still doing nothing. Void update mono behavior fire dot down was is it was performed this frame? Oh, that one. Okay. Fire. It must exist. It must exist. Let's attach this. Okay. It's got. Okay. So fire does exist. Bullet particle system does exist. Continue. Okay. Debug.log firing. I'm thinking that it's not actually reaching this. I might actually just define an input actions. Yeah. Oh wait, is it disabled by default? Was perform this frame. That's going to be false, right? Thought so. Fire controls. Fire. Player controls dot enable. Out of play mode. Let file. Once we've done this, I'm going to go grab a fresh coffee. Already active. Calm down, you. Okay, yeah, it's because I was forgetting to enable. Right, so if I play every time, I'll want you. Okay, I now need to go fetch a drink. So good timing. Thank you for those. I'm just gonna one last check before I forget the thought I was on. I'm gonna change the duration and the lifetime just in really high so it's obvious. And I'm gonna spam fire button. Make sure. Okay, so when I hit play, it's fine. It's not deleting the other particles and it's not blocking it until like it's finished. It just overlaps. That's fine. That's exactly what I wanted. Undo those changes. Save that. I'm gonna open Git. Set up particle test scene. Commit. Push. Right. Now I'm gonna stretch, and now I'm gonna go fetch a drink. Oh. Okay, but that's success. That took me way longer because I insisted on fiddling with things that I don't actually really care. I could have left the default particle on; it would have been fine. But for my purposes at the moment, where I'm not putting art assets on, the art asset would have been fine. Like I partly like spent the time here because I wanted to spend a little bit of time getting a bit particle system while since I it. But I'll usually hand it over to Scott. So the next thing is going to be create this, but let me get a drink. We'll come back to that. Be right back. Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double. No, you bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's the? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double. No, you bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, but what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's the? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine, it's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Power. Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine, it's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Power. Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine, it's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Right, I'm back. And I'm just going to keep stretching while I first off hydrate. And second, have a think through. Not coffee for a strawberry, banana, and apple smoothie. That's far less smooth, far more water. So, now that I've wasted a ton of time on the particle system, time that yesterday I was celebrating relatively quick, I would be able to do some, maybe be able to do some extensions. I guess not. So for weapon, I need a couple of things. First, I need the ability to set a weapon type. So let's create an enum for that. So weapon type. And this is just going to be an enum instead of a class. Now, our default type. Not sure. Conceptually, when we want an unarmed character, because the damage properties are defined on the weapon, I'm thinking of shoehorning in unarmed into the weapon type, which would mean defining weapon damage. Let's do that. Let's do that. I'm also going to detach. We don't need to be attached. Right. So the default type is unarmed. Then it's projectile. Then it's particle. Then it's area of effect. And then it's global. Not gonna need that. Area of effect. So all of those will work slightly differently and have their own settings. So we'll save that. I'm going to close other tabs. We'll open the weapon script. Now we know immediately config, hang on, region, configuration, end region. Right, so header, particle settings. I'm going to copy that because we're going to need about 4 of these. We're going to do particle settings. Then we're going to need projectile settings, which is the first one. Projectile settings. AOE settings. Then we're going to need we'll put general settings at the top. So firing cooldown is general, right? So can we fire continuously? The weapon is serialized field. So we need to set its type. So serialized field weapon type equals weapon dot unarmed. I guess we want some additional damage settings. Although no, let's just call it stats. So we'll do serialized field float damage multiplier. We'll add a tooltip to this. Tooltip multiplies projectile. Oh, hang on. No. We need tooltip. We need tooltips to define that projectiles have their own damage. The other damage we will make we'll make on the weapon, because it doesn't have a physical object. It doesn't have an object to represent it. So projectile damage is handled on the projectile. I'm going to save that, and I'm going to bring up a weapon just to have a look. Projectiles, players, weapons. Work for the header. Great. I thought it might not. So we'll do serialized field. Float damage multiplier, and then we'll put a tooltip there. I'd probably want to put something that makes it a lot more obvious there later as well. Like we put a little bit of instruction. There we go. Okay, weapon. Damage multiplier equals 1. I should probably look at the projectile itself. This is frustrating, it constantly resetting. Spamming me with messages. This is going to get annoying. So, damage. Okay, I'm going to rename that. But we're also going to... We're going to do float damage. Damage. And we'll do... base damage. Right, so public float damage. Now, in awake, we're just going to do damage equals base damage times 1. So just to make sure we always set it. I don't need to do the multiplier. I don't know why I'm doing the multiplier. Reset. So void, and we'll do public void apply damage multiplier float multiplier and we'll do damage equals base damage times damage damage no, it's not damage multiplier, it's just multiplier. We need to clamp that. So if multiplier equals 0, we're not going to return, we're going to do multiplier equals 1. I think we should give a warning here as well, because this means it won't break things. It's sort of, but we debug.log warning. Just where my camera is. Getting in my way. Oh, my mic, sorry. Do dollar projectile name was provided a damage multiplier of 0 defaulting to 1. Now, we're not protecting negative numbers here because that'll allow us later to add, like, let's say, damage absorption. Or you can have a negative effect or a positive effect that makes your bullets heal. or nonsense like that. Like negative is valid, right? So we don't provide, we're not going to provide context to this because not necessary, and the bullet will probably have disappeared. It probably won't exist by the time you by the time it matters. I'm also going to do on network despawn because we want to plan for object pooling later. We're going to do damage, base damage. Do that on network spawn. No, we won't. We do it on disable. Do it on disable. So weapon type. Good. Okay. So projectile settings, particle settings. So serialized field, float. Damage. Let's do particle damage. Now, I'm kind of thinking maybe I should have subclassed the weapon. Should I subclass this? Is it ever going to be possible I have... If I subclass it, I don't even need the type anymore. I'm just gonna subclass it. This is going to need to change drastically. I'm essentially putting 4 different types of... I am going to subclass it. I think it makes good sense. Subclass this. Rename it. So that all the current ones get renamed. Go create mono behavior weapon. And let's do this side by side. That. I'll copy all the base stuff over. This is going to inherit from weapon. Do we even need a weapon type now? I don't need a weapon type now. That's now irrelevant. Close that. Weapon type can go. Firing cooldown is common. Projectile settings. Realized I made particle weapon. I meant to call that projectile weapon. I'm going to rename it because of the references. There we go. So we don't need stats, and we need AoE settings. If I check an existing weapon, Type's not saved yet. Come on. Don't ask again. Can it convert from float to int? Act health. Runtime variable. The runtime variable for health can be a float. Firing cooldown is inaccessible due to its protection level. So public protected float. There we go. Firing cooldown, and then we've got projectile settings. Perfect. There is still a load of cleanup to be done here. We don't need the cache references in all of them. Is this just going to become an abstract? Do we ever want a base class? It is. It's going to be abstract. Let's finish cleaning up before I go change. Right. I don't need the projectile settings. We've already got them. They can go. The public float next fire time. We don't need that. That's already in the base class. Awake. Base class. Start. Base class. Fire. Now this is going to be different for each one. This is going to be, it hides an inherited member. That's fine. I think fire is where we want to do public abstract. We do want an abstract here, right? So abstract class weapon. Want private abstract void request fire. Virtual abstract members cannot be private. Oh, hang on. Protected. And that will need to be protected. Override. I forgot the virtual. Do I need the virtual? Because it's an abstract. Okay. I don't need the virtual. I don't need the override. This isn't actually created. Abstract just forces us to create it. This one needs the override. No, it doesn't. Because that we've made that one abstract now as well. Weapon.request file. It does implement it. Oh, of course, it's a different signature. How do I get it to do that? Does not implement inherited abstract member. It says it doesn't implement either. Hides inherited member weapon dot fire to make the current member override the implementation. Add not overriding it anymore because it doesn't exist. It's an abstract. It doesn't exist. No suitable method found. Of course, there's no suitable method found to override. Um, I don't remember how to do this with different methods, like different method signatures. Um, uh, uh, but this doesn't count as abstract. I could just make it not abstract. Uh, I could make it not abstract, but I'm just looking up the different ways of doing it. I've done this in the past, but I don't remember how. Come on. Of abstract method with different C sharp. Ah, have the same method. Implement the abstract method and overload. I thought I was trying to avoid just littering with overloads. Yeah, I'm just going to do it as oh, of course, optional is an idea. Request object. I could use a request object. Interfaces, but I hate interfaces. Not showing my bias at all. We can make them nullable. So we can do vector 3 position underscore 3 direction. This is where we get into a request fire object because once we go beyond just having a couple of these, it starts to make the method signature look really messy. Oh, hang on, that's optional as well. So the question mark just makes it nullable. Which then gets a little messy here because I still have to implement it as nullable, but that's fine. Then we go if spawn position equals null or direction equals null, return, because we need both. That's interesting. That look rotation won't take a nullable. So dot value. You can convert it or okay, it just moves the error. Okay. So dot value. When we're using the nullable ones, we have to use dot value. Okay, so I've never liked the fact that I can't just use it directly. Like, I feel like its default behavior should be to just provide the value. Okay, so that's happy. As we extend the other types, this is probably going to become like 7 or 8 variables at some point, and we probably want to then create a request fire struct. So you must supply a request fire struct, but you don't necessarily have to provide all the values of the request fire struct. I'm just thinking about, okay, let's not over engineer this. Let's just crack on with implementing the other types. So as it stands at the moment, this functionality should be the same. We're not handling projectile damage. Let's give it a test now that we've done this refactor. What are we missing? Don't know how to serialize system.nullable. RPC parameter types must be implemented. I can't use nullables for the remote procedure. Okay. Project. Where do I want to put this? Weapons. Mono behavior script. Request. Fire. I guess we are doing a request fire struct. It's not a mono behavior. It doesn't need to be. So we are vector 3 position vector 3 direction. Question is, I'll always be passing a request fire struct. These will always be 0. Then we go public position, public vector 3. I wonder if it will let me. I just caught another error in the console as well. RPC error must not be abstract. Okay. Virtual. Throw. New. Not. Oh, what is it? It is. I not do. Not. Exception. What's the syntax for not implemented? Throw. Not implemented exception. It's literally what I was typing. It's not going to let me do it. It was just autocomplete was being a knob. Oh, now it wants it. Now it's happy. Debug.log error. And we'll do $. This is on the weapon. Name. Colon. Weapon used does not override request via RPC. Please ensure it is overridden. This. And then it'll kill execution. So public vector 3. Let's finish writing this because it's not going to like the compilation errors. Vector 3 direction. Public vector 3 position. Direction. Now we're going to make this a request via. Request via parameters. I should rename that. It shouldn't just be called request via. It should be called request via parameters. Save all that. Oh, we're getting there. Projectile weapon. No suitable method. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we need to change this to request via. Request via parameters. Get rid of that. And we'll do so much nonsense. RF. I'm just going to call it RFP. It's a really short method. RFP.position and RFP.direction. Why are you unhappy now? For God's sake. using Unity engine, because we do need the vector 3. Right, that should be it. Come on, be happy now. Right, now we need to request file parameters rfp equals new position equal bullet spawn dot position. Direction equals transform dot forward. Just this be name position does not exist in current context. It's does not contain a definition for position. Is inaccessible due to its position. First off, that means I spelt it wrong. Secondly, I want it to be I want this to be. I don't want these to be public. Do I? Do I just make this? Forget the read-only wrappers. Let's do that. I was going to add some extra stuff in there, but it doesn't matter. We don't need it. Let's just do that. Position and direction equals, and then we do RFP. Right. Fantastic. And now I get a bunch of errors. Don't know how to serialize request via parameters. RPC parameter types must either implement iNetwork serialize by memcopy or iNetwork serializable. You can replace or you can create extension methods for fast buffer read value safe. To define serialization. Should have known this wouldn't be that easy. I should have known this wouldn't be that easy. Or you can create extension methods for fast buffer read value safe. This fast buffer reader out classify parameters. Okay, I'm gonna Google this. Netcode, blah 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 blah. RPC network. Wait, why is that a bad thing? I got into if I remove the client and server RPC from my project, this multi-generation 5 children network where second generation client of that's not relevant. Public request file. Simplest make it booked. Implements iNetworks serializable. And also adding a constructor makes this a little bit easier. I'm going to skip the constructor. Right, so we're going to do construct iNetwork serializable. Simplest solution, apparently. We implement public request via parameters. No, we don't. We want public, because I don't want the constructor. We want public void network serialize T. Buffer serializer P. Serializer network serialize. Felt that right. Serializes internal, so it won't matter. That's going to be where P is I go writer. Okay. Okay, it's happy. It's happy. So serializer dot serialize value ref position. Serializer dot serialize value ref. Okay. That should be it. I didn't include the constructor from the sample I was looking at. References a runtime script in scene file. What does that even mean? Don't go fixing things and not tell me what you've actually done. I mean, it doesn't, like, GitHub says no changes. None of the scenes have changed. Clear? Okay, we'll ignore that. Projectile weapon. Now we can actually try it. We need to open the bootstrap scene. Scenes, bootstrap, play. Wait, it gave me a look. It's not in the scene file. Failed to start network manager object reference not set to an instance of an object. Null reference exception. Astronaut. All right, clear. Play. I was dropping in that debug mode earlier, and that does tend to upset the network manager stuff. Game object inspector doesn't exist. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna restart. Telling me it's removing stuff from a scene file, and then GitHub is saying none of the scene files have changed. Maybe this is related to it constantly spamming me with the messages. I don't think it actually means a scene. I think it thinks it means a scene. I love how this supposedly simple refactor becoming a massive pain in the backside. Game object named enemy weapon references a runtime script in the scene file. Let's open enemy weapon and see what enemy weapon. The associated script cannot be loaded. Must resolve missing scripts on prefabs. Weapon? Ah, okay. I made the weapon abstract. So weapon needs a particular type of weapon. This is why I attempted to rename it projectile. This is why I renamed it projectile weapon rather than just attaching it, because it is just projectile weapon. Let's remove the abstract. No, let's not remove it. The abstract is broken. Weapon. So projectile weapon is currently the only valid saving failed, and then it removes it automatically anyway. If you're trying to save a preview that contains a script, it doesn't contain it. You removed. Oh, it does contain it. It's just the bar at the top of the UI disappeared. Particle damage. This can stay at the moment. It needs cleaning up, but autosave now. Don't ask again. I'm going to continue to do that. Console clear. Let's see what other. No. Projectile weapon. Don't have the projectile specified or the bullet spawn. Bullet spawn is that. Projectile is fantastic. Prefab projectile. I think that's because I made it again. Bullet. Enemy bullet. Oh no, sorry. Prefabs, weapon, enemy weapon. Projectile, that needs projectile, enemy bullet. This is getting annoying. Weapon, lock. There needs to be a way to suppress that error. It's super, like, getting on my nerves. Projectiles, enemy bullet. Okay, unlock, prefabs, weapon, player weapon, tell the message to piss off, player weapon, tell the message to piss off. We have to do it twice or it won't open. Tell the message to piss off again. Prefabs, projectiles, player bullet. There we go. Whew. Unlock, prefabs, weapon. No. Projectile force was 100, I think. Don't ask. Stop freaking asking. Okay, I can't shoot. You have some errors. That's some excessive debug log in when I was having trouble getting it to go on a particular path, so we can ignore that. Don't reload. Don't reload. I'm going to clear the errors. Same field is serialized multiple times. Did I not save it after cleaning it up? Weapon. That's a damage multiplier. Yeah, I did. I don't need damage multiplier on. Change that. I'll move the tooltip. Projectile damage. Oh, I'll leave the tooltip there. That's damage multiplier, and that's base damage. Next fire time. This is reported. Next fire time. Float next fire time. We only need in the parent class. So that's going to be protected. We'll ignore the warning. Character control. Going to get a couple of these. So next fire time is fine. Oh, I didn't save both scripts. Help if I save both scripts. This is not true anymore. Lying. See if we get any errors now. Okay, just want the enemies to come in and shoot me. And some of the enemies are going to get an null reference, but we're not bug finding now. That's related to, that's enemy line 29. That's going to be related to. That's weapon.next fire time. That null. What? Weapon.next fire time. Where's the weapon? How is that not throwing an error? Oh, it's on the character. Duh. Dash references, weapon. I stepped through this before and found that next fire time is a. That's a public float. That should be fine. I don't know why this is throwing a wobbly. It shouldn't be a null reference. The weapon should be a null reference. When I stepped through this before, what was weird is the next fire time was the null reference. But it can't be nullable. It's a float. It cannot be nullable. This next fire time, protected float equals 0. So it should be always initialized, right? enemy.get_ready to fire. Is this a network thing? Is it trying to access one over the network, but doing it locally? They're still clocking up. Let's attach the debugger. Right, weapon is not null. Next fire time has a value. Hit play. Weapon is null. Okay. That explains a little. Why is weapon null? Get component in children is projectile weapon. Let's unpause that. Continue. Now these enemies, they should have a projectile weapon on them though. Oh my god. Pop-ups. Enemies. Enemy. Enemy with weapon, rather. Wait. Character searches for the weapon. It was enemy controller. We don't specify the weapon, we find the weapon. But it's projectile weapon, surely. Enemy weapon, projectile weapon. And it was set to projectile weapon. No, I shouldn't have just renamed it. I should have rewritten it properly. It's right. Hit play. What it looks like it's doing is enemies that don't have a weapon shouldn't be able to fire. Public void fire weapon. It can be fired publicly. However, the enemy pick up enemy ready to fire. One reference to that in enemy controller. I skipped the null check. That's why. I think what I'd done is I got it when I built the character controller yesterday. I think I probably had a check in there for if the weapon was null. Uh, and these shouldn't always necessarily be request fire weapon. Because this assumes firing the weapon. It's not always going to be. I think maybe the previous version here there was a null check. So just here. So if weapon equals null, return. Now it's kind of intentional, right? Like a lot, like so. Essentially, enemies are looking to attack the player, and not every enemy has weapon. I rewrote it with the assumption that unarmed would be a weapon, but I haven't written that yet. Okay, that clicks. Right. We can come. I'll come back to that. I'm gonna hit play. Hopefully that'll ban it. At least banish a load of the errors. So essentially, an enemy must have a weapon, even if it's just unarmed. Maybe I could just get it to create one if it can't find one. Oh, hang on. I need the protection for if what do we do? So ready to fire is weapon not equal to null, and that'll work because that'll resolve to when it's null. It will resolve to false immediately. Those error messages were actually killing the performance as well. Okay, we are back to things behaving reasonably. Cannot play a disabled audio source. Stephen, did you? Cannot play a disabled audio source. Play impact sound. People don't like audio sources playing. I can. Well, let's remove a debug line there. My first thought was Stephen had disabled something because he like disabled. I might have been Jade actually that disabled one of the audio listener. They disabled one of the. I can't remember which of them it was now, but when we were working on a project before, they were finding the background music annoying. So so I think they either deleted one of the audio listeners or set the file volume to 0 or something. I can't remember now, but rather than just going into the settings and changing the music volume, something's just occurred to me. I was still hearing the pop from the projectiles, even though the audio was turned all the way down. I think this might be because we're playing the instant audio. Let's come out of debug mode. I want a bit more screen. Play clip at point. Clip and position. Then volume. Volume is audio mixer. I'm not sure how I get the default audio mixer, or if I can. Audio. Let's do Unity play clip at point audio. Question. Audio source. Dot. Public static void play clip at point. Audio source. There's got to be a way to get the sound from the audio like default audio mixer. Audio mixer dot default get, or what we can do is we already have an audio source here. We get the mixer from that. Audio source dot mix reverb zone mix output audio mixer group dot audio mixer dot you know what? I'm going to leave this. I'm going to carry it. I'll come back to it. I want to carry on with the weapon. So enemy controller we don't need. Enemy we don't need. Projectile we don't need. It all works the same as it should. Character don't need. Character controller we don't need. Don't need projectile. We just want weapon and projectile weapon. So we've got projectile weapon. Let's audio. I feel like I should probably do some saving of this as well. Split weapon into subclasses. Right. So prefab weapons. We've got the player weapon, firing cooldown, particle damage. We're going to remove the particle damage in a minute because we're going to create other subtypes of weapon. Let's do that now. Weapon, projectile weapon, particle weapon, unarmed weapon. Did we just make that the base class? Let's. Okay, so we've got unarmed weapon, which we'll do unarmed weapon. Configuration is just going to be base damage, so we don't need that. We don't need projectile settings. We just unarmed settings. Projectile, no projectile, no bullet spawn, no force. Damage multiplier will allow us to scale the damage. Need to. No, we don't. Next fire time equals firing dot cooldown. Notify fire weapon performed. I would probably want to change that to notify attack performed, but we'll deal with that later. We don't specify any of the position and forward because there's nothing to spawn. Ooh. We're not going to instantiate a projectile. We're going to we need to add a character to this. So request fire parameters. Public character. Character. And serializer dot serialize value ref character. They won't have one. Character doesn't have one. Must be a non-nullable value type along with all fields of any level of nesting in order to use it as a parameter key in the generic type or method buffer serializer. We'll use position and direction. Or we'll use just position. What I will add is public float range serializer dot serialize value range. Okay, and we'll do position So we've not got bullet spawn dot position. Got. So I do need. Not going to be called bullet spawn. It is going to be a transform. And it will be damage here. Damage here. We don't need direction, but we do need range. Equals to serialize field float range. Fist size 9 equals 0.5f. Range equals. This is super janky. Fist size. This size. Right. Okay. So how we want. Overlaps fit. Bounding volumes collide with the overlap. So what we're going to do is this. Layer list. Hit layers. Physics. Dot overlap. Yeah. Want RP RFP dot RFP dot range. The other option. Overlap sphere finds all the colliders. This microphone in a with it today. Right, so that finds all the colliders. Do we? What are the objects you were testing has a collider 0? Otherwise, physics.overlap sphere equals select. Use link. To do basically what I was trying to do. So overlaps physics. Okay, so we go equals. I'm gonna next line this dot dot accept new array collider. Base classable collider is a type which is not valid in the given context. Overlaps. I'm looking at, I think probably, yeah, oh yeah, that's a really old post. So I think things have probably changed a little. Let's check accepts, accept. Okay. Collider. Collider array, maybe? Let's look at what that does. No overload method except takes 0 argument. Okay. It needs seconds, huh? System collection generic annual collider. Hang on. Dot select. Do we need the accept? Select C dot game object dot get component player. Check formatting. Yeah, list of players rather than class from overlap sphere. Overlap sphere. Let's check what other options I've got on overlap sphere as well, because I'm pretty sure there's. You would expect there to be a layer mask, right? Because I could filter it already. I could filter it already just by the layer mask. Hang on. Unarmed weapons. Didn't I create a layer for weapons anyway, so they can't. They're already excluded. We're on the weapons layer. So let's assume, without breaking it down into player weapons again, so physics settings, layer collision. weapon would want to collide with player. So player wants to collide with weapon. Well, let's just assume weapon collides with nothing. Weapon's going to collide with player, and weapon is going to collide with. I'm not sure I want to use the layer collision. Let's not. Let's filter it with. Okay, here's the formatting. So player list dot select hit get component. It's gonna hit get component player dot where. It's not hit. It's player not null dot distinct dot to array. I think that'll do it. So it's like hit. So first it's for each hit, do they have a player? Player blah blah blah. I think that's right. I think that's right. This is just make sure they're all unique, so we don't. So if we hit using get component, not self-invoking. That looks right. Okay. So, and then we do for each player in players. Player dot deal damage. I'm gonna need base damage. No, I won't. Yes, I will. So protected float base damage will deal damage base damage. So basically deal damage to every player. Now at the moment we don't have a transform specified. Let's do if let's do void fallback damage here. I'm going to do if damage here equals null, or if not is not null, we just turn. Then we're going to call fallback damage here. Right. Fallback damage here. So what we're going to do with that is we're going to do if. So we're already doing if it's null. We do damage here equals transform. So if it's not been set, we will use the actual weapons transform, which usually is going to be on the weapon, on the character, on the enemy. But we'll also debug.log warning. No. Damage here transform specified, defaulting to using self will target be this. I'm going to change fallback damage here. I'm going to override awake. Public right wake detected virtual void awake. Got protected override awake base.awake, and then fallback damage here. Okay. I'm tempted to put a network object on these just because it'll banish the error and then set a script to delete it. So unarmed weapon. I probably need to find these a little bit differently now. Let's finish designing them all, and then I'll drop them onto a select. I'll make a selection, and we'll test the different selections. Projectile weapon already defines. Projectile weapon, unarmed weapon, particle weapon. Right. Particle weapon. Configuration. I haven't done the AoE one. Delete the header for that for now. So particle setting. So particle damage. Serialize field. Serialize field. Come on. Serialize field. Float. Ball. Penetrate targets. Serialize. Maybe if I get Unity to recompile. Bullet spawn dot position. I think I'm going to change that projectile weapon. Bullet spot. That's bullet spawn. Particle. Serialize field. Transform. Particle. Okay. Change bullet spawn dot position to particle. This is all nonsense at the moment. Debug dot log nothing. I just want to clear the errors, get it to compile properly. Serialize. Are we happy? We're happy. Serial. It still won't pick it up. Serialize field. Int. Max. Penetration. Target. Set a range of that. Range 1 to 10. Makes sense. Serialize field. Float. Damage mul. That become mouse. Damage multiplier per target. Equals 0.5. So we'll halve the damage for each target. Max penetration targets. Particle damage, penetrate targets. We've got the particle emitter transform. We need transform separate to particle, because we got particle system, right? So we call it particle system. Particle emitter dot transform dot position. Direction is transform dot forward. So it's based on the player's forward, based on the weapon's forward. So when the weapon is like slightly angled, once it's integrated into the animation, it can be a bit like pointing in the wrong direction, shall we say? I might change that later. Do we change that by making the character aim the weapon? Or do we make it just always point towards do we make it always point towards like the player forward? Because the player forward is where the player would intuitively aim, right? We'll come back to that. Come back to that. So damage multiplier per target. Right, so oh, hang on. We've got particle damage. We've got serialize field float. Particle range. I should probably adapt the lifetime to make this a bit more sensible. But we're gonna make that a range as well of 0.5F to 50F. 50F will do. And we'll make the default 20F. Add a to do. Add ricochet beams later. I'm not going to do that now. I'm just putting the note because I've just had the thought. I'll make beams reflect off certain objects. Okay. Once we do request fire. Oh, I've just realized that I made the unarmed only hit the player. And what if the player is... It needs to hit all characters. I'm gonna have to... Character control. See what I've got access to. Character controller dot character. I'll come back to that. Do needs to work on all characters. Case give player melee. I think we probably should. So character array, characters hit, friendly fire. Why did I not think of friendly fire? I'm not implementing that now. Come back to that. To do implement friendly fire option. Not coming back to that because if I enable that, I'll have to go in and change the layering logic on every weapon, and I'm nearly done. So character hit, we're going to base. This is going to be physics.raycast, but it's then going to be basically the same. Equals physics dot raycast. Not raycast info. Origin and direction. So origin is RFP dot position, RFP dot direction. Why is that not that? Of course, it's not valid because we need to add a load of stuff. Max distance equal. We need to give this a range. So range equals particle range. So RFP dot range. Do we need a layer mask? No. Turn. Oh, we need the out because it only returns a boolean. Hang on. If not something, turn. Right. Out hit. Unity raycast. Raycast if not raycast blah, it's essentially that in. Transform.position, not going to be transform.position. It's going to be out hit. Fine raycast hit before that. Raycast hit. Then it's range. Then it's layer mask. Then we need to like extra click. Right, so this is RFP dot position. RFP. That is RFP dot direction. Range is dot RFP dot range. Then we just don't need a layer mask. We'll work that out in a minute. And then the hit, if raycast what if I want all of them? Raycast hit returns the first. Just that? Not. Max direction. Raycast hit. Slider that was got to be a Unity raycast hit jet. And that's a forum post. Raycast methods as soon as hit something. What you need is raycast all. Raycast all. Which actually just returns the raycast hit array. So I'm back to not doing it inside the if statement. We are raycast hit array hit targets equals right. I don't think I'm not even going to bother multi-lining that. So that's what have a hit. Basically, let's give me everything. Head to raycast all, raycast non-alloc, not allocating memory. And the benefit are, but the downsides are what? Non-allocating version of API, place raycast all, raycast non-alloc, raycast all with so on. By the annex. Instead of allocating a new array for each call, you can use a pre-allocated array to store the results. improve performance, especially for frequent calls. Is it frequent? Physics. Physics. ACAS. That was 4 years ago. I feel like I should update that, but I'm not going to. Okay, so what we're going to do is if hit targets dot length is less than or equal to 0, we return. So basically, if we've hit nothing, return. Now, here's where we are going to have to get into identifying the character. Need team management, really. Prefabs. So enemies are on the enemy layer. And player tag them. Let's just stick to the layers. Let's not mix systems. So player is on the player layer. Oh, we got another stretch. I didn't even realize that was a second one. Oh, I am getting a bit of a dumble from sitting down too long. I don't know if I've missed that for a while. I just kind of saw motion up in chat, and I don't know if I've just been dismissing it as the one that was already there for quite a while. Cheers, bud. Right, so what this is going to do now, so first we're going to check if hit targets dot length is less than, doing less than, in case it's one of those things where in error states it gets added to 0, so I don't just check it, is the length less than, is the length 0? Then what we're going to iterate through each hit target. We're going to get the current layer of the character that's holding the weapon. I should probably cache that. Get the current layer, or at least cache the finding the character. We already found the character controller. We probably want to store a reference character. Then we'll iterate through the list and say if it's the same layer as me, if it's a different layer from me, then we'll deal damage to it. That makes sense. Right, let's crack on. So weapon is going to need a character reference. So protected character equals get component in parent character, right? And then we'll also int layer index. That just mark field read. We don't want to mark field read only. So layer index dot character. Oops, sorry. Layer index equals character dot get dot layer. What is it? Let me Google. Unity get layer index. Get layer of current object. Int layer ignore recast. I don't want to convert a name. I want game. It's game object dot layer character dot game object dot. I was missing the conversion to layer. Returns an int. Right. Character dot. So layer index. So we get the layer index. Now we're going to set the base, set the damage, float, current damage equals base damage. And we go for each raycast hit target. Now exclusion conditions, right? So if hit dot collider, how does that even make sense? Can't hit a collider. Can you hit a collider that's not enabled? Does raycast all bypass the physics system? So if hit dot game object collider dot game object dot layer equals, make that protected, hang on, layer index. So if we're on the same layer, we can continue. So skip to the next item. Then we're going to do if hit dot collider. So players will always be out. So this is essentially kill everything that has health, but ignore friendlies. If hit collider dot try get component character out character if they don't have it, basically if they don't have a character component, continue. I'm not sure I like the try get component because get component is heavy. I'm not sure there's a better way of doing this. So if we hit nothing, continue, and then character dot Deal damage, current damage, if now we are if penetrate targets. So if not penetrate targets, break. So we search for, basically when we hit the first one, if we're not on penetrate targets, break. Otherwise, we do current damage multiplies equals damage multiplier per target. And we're going to do int hit count 0, hit count plus plus. So if hit count is greater than max penetration targets, break. Max penetration targets. It increments first. So we go through 1. Let's say it's set to 1. Going to hit 1. It increments. The hit count is now 1. Max penetration targets is 1. So we want greater than or equal to, right? Then we current damage multiplied by the damage per target. I think that's it. Max penetration targets, damage multiplier, particle. I think that is it. We're not playing the visual. I need to do particle emitter.play as well. We're always gonna play. So we always fire the particle emitter.play. So yeah, we always want to play, even if we hit nothing. Okay, so we've got a particle weapon, got an unarmed weapon. I should probably refactor along the lines of the particle weapon. This is basically what I need for the friendly fire system already. Request fire parameters, projectile weapon. The projectile weapon still works. We've just got to figure out adding the particle. Right. So set up weapon type subclasses. I'm going to save this. Then I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and grab a drink. And when I come back, we'll try configuring it and test it. I'll leave the camera there. Be right back, guys. Before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh, God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's the let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! Bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow out some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow out some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow out some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow out some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow out some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, what? Oh my god. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double. No, you bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's the? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double. No. I have returned. So I think since I've just wrote the logic for how we filter, I'm gonna do the unarmed weapon the same way, because that will allow it to work on all characters. So I think we're going to do the same thing. Now, overlap sphere. I'm going to want physics dot overlap sphere. Gives me an array of colliders. I'll have to modify it slightly. I have to modify it slightly. So I'm just going to rewrite it, like have them, so I don't have to keep going back and forth. Let's put that one there. So colliders, a collider array, hit colliders, so overlap sphere, and this is really simple. Give it a position, give it a range. Okay, so that gets all the colliders. And then we want if hit colliders, let's remove the double S, hit colliders dot length less than or equal to 0. Return. We'll do add a visual impact effect for later. Thinking, should I use the overlap sphere non-alloc? This could be called a lot, because this is going to be mostly enemies hitting the player. We have to use an out for this, okay? Pulls out sliders. Argument 3 may not be passed out. Keep position, radius, results. Is that just we just pass it the array? Use of sliders not be used as the target of a slider array. So much sure this will be simple. Buffer to store the results in. Center radius sliders. I slider array. I need to give it a size. So the buffer that space, the length of the buffer earned. It's no like for garbage. Additional resource. Okay, so what I think I will do then is we'll do it up here. Region free allocation and region. So almost always this is going to be a very small number. So slider array hit targets equals new slider. Let's make it 8. So it's double the size of what we currently expect our max players to be. Then I can just sliders. Oh, of course it's going to be. Wait, why does it not exist? Did I spell the name wrong? Oh, I called it hit targets. 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 Right. Length always going to be the same, right? Doesn't if I make it with a length of 8, doesn't it when its length always be 8? Because an array is either null or has a length, right? It'll have a length of items that can contain null. I think. So hit targets dot cheapest way to player a new. That's array.clear, but that's really old. That doesn't exist anymore, right? Array.clear. Bear with me, that's the door. Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh god. I just had a full pizza, need to allow some. the double. No. You bastard. I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my god. Wow. Um. Right. Oh, I didn't even realize I changed my monitor there. After getting back, apologies. I was just reading a bit of the docs on Overlap Sphere and realized I've missed important on like not clear the allocations here. Is that it returns an int. So int hit count equals. So I don't need to think about clearing the array because I always know how many targets I've hit. So if, and in this case is if hit count less than or equal to 0, at that point we return. Next we need to do for each. No. Here's where, so int I equals 0. Autocomplete's got me for a change. Right? Now we're going to check, is there layer? And it's not hit collider, it's hit targets. I. So if the hit targets layer is the same as the layer index. I'm going to rename this. Character layer index. Just layer index is too vague. We're on the weapon, right? So the next one is we need to do a try get component. So hit targets I, try get component. So if we fail to get a character, and after that, we do see that deal damage. Now in this case, the punch the punch is be base damage. The punch is like just gonna hit everything. So if we have a boss come in and like swing a big arm, there's no reducing damage. There's just base damage. Just so I want to put on base damage. This is where we want tooltip. Weapon with projectiles do not use base damage. The damage is based on the projectile. Again. There we go. Okay, so I think that will work to replace it actually, and I think that's actually better. I think that's actually more efficient, clearer what it's doing. Projectile weapon damage multiplier is assigned but never used. Projectile damage is handled on the projectile. This multiplies the right. So when we create a new projectile, want to do new projectile dot apply damage multiplier projectile. That's damage multiplier. Right. New projectile dot fire projectile. Okay. So that should be it, I think. I need a okay, we need some weapons. Create a subfolder, particle emitters. So specific to the weapon, that is demo particle test. I created the particle gun. It is which has bullet particle. We are now going to prefab particle emitter. bullet particle. Weapon. Right, here's where we need to actually read weapons. The enemy weapon and the player weapon. This is really getting on my nerves. Before I go reassigning it, I'm also gonna go back to before we change any settings. Let's just restore the existing weapons. Probably a good idea to make breaks before we try the new stuff out. Or we could just assume we assume that everything works, right? Things never break. Oh, that's loud. That is loud. Okay, we're going to pause that. Get into the audio and turn down. There we go. We don't have a bunch of errors. We have some unnecessary debug logging that I've got to remove. Value. Okay, now we can try the other weapon type. So, prefabs, weapon. Going to create a prefab variant of that weapon projectile weapon. I'm going to create another prefab variant. This is going to spam like crazy. Particle weapon. The projectile weapon is fine, I guess, because that's just okay. Projectile weapon. We already got projectile. It's got the bullet. It's particle weapon. Add particle weapon. Component. Check the setting. Firing cooldown, base damage. Particle damage. They're redundant. Don't need particle damage. Going to use right. Let's update that. So in our particle weapon, don't need particle damage anymore because we're going to use base damage. So I already used base damage. So that's fine. loss with the base damage. Make this 100. Well, article where we need particle emitter. Bullet particle. Oh, hang on. Do we want to add that? Add that to. Add that there, right? Then bullet particle. That one. Right, that needs. Let's reset. Go. Scaling. Okay, that works. Right. So our particle weapon is set up. Projectile component. But we'll set penetrate. Max penetration targets need a default equals 2. Okay. Right. I'm wondering if I can just do away with this being a network object because the parent is. Try that later. Particle. Set the particle emitter. Right, now we need to go and change layers. Layer weapon. Prefab. That's interesting. I can't just swap it. Why can't I just have? I think they. She finds the player finds the reference automatically. Come back to that. So I'm going to do that, and we go prefab weapon. I'm going to copy its transform. Go particle weapon. Go, and it's 1.2 point. Okay. Layer weapon. Particle weapon. If it's automatic setup like I think it is, that should be. now I need to figure out, to hit multiple targets. This is actually going to be harder to test than I thought. I'm dead. Yeah, this is going to be much harder to test than I thought. I'm going to go particle weapon. Change its base damage to 5,000, so it one-shots everything. So I want a clear indication that it's going through multiple targets. Or I might just have to go into break mode. Insane. Why are the projectiles going on forever? Okay, that did. That deleted 2 enemies immediately. Okay, the next thing I need. Okay, let's save that. Tested particle weapon. Push. That's particle set weapons working. Projectile and particle weapon. Let's make the unarmed. Create sub variant unarmed weapon. This one will work slightly different. Unarmed weapon. I'm going to set its base damage. I need to give that a default. Unarmed weapon. Weapon base damage. I'm going to leave it as it. Firing cooldown is 0.5 seconds. Base damage 100. Damage here. Pop it. Oh. Now, this we don't need weapon mount. Can't even click on it. I'm going to rename this to damage. What we should do later is add a public method that will allow that to be reassigned. So the character itself can pass a damage location such as their fist. But we want this to be just sort of a generic work, and the position just in front of the player is fine. Armed weapon. Play. Hang on, no. assign it to prefab enemies, enemy. Or rather, we need to place it as a child object. Armed weapon. Uh, Five. So damage locator is just in front. Instead of 0.17, I'm going to make it 0.25. That'll do. It does have its own radius, right? It's got a 0.5 radius. Should go out to there. Just offsets it slightly so it doesn't damage a player that's like standing just behind. Okay. Now, if I go into prefabs building, standard room on, I'm going to remove all of these. Oh crap! I have to put the ones. I need to clean up all the enemies that don't have. So didn't projectile weapon. Unarmed weapon. Right, so we open the boss, unarmed weapon, pig bank, unarmed weapon. Don't want him to have an unarmed. Boss can have an unarmed weapon. Actually, boss have a projectile weapon. Okay, projectile weapon, unarmed weapon. Grabs enemy. The crawler was meant to not have any weapon, so we'll delete that. Oh, actually, no, they weren't. They were meant to. Meant to be. I think I intended that as more damage. Less slot. Enemy when leaving. That can keep standard on enemy player chase. That can keep enemy orbit standard on art. We have a weapon version of those. Then with enemy with weapon, we delete the unarmed. That should apply to children, which is why you have a pre hierarchy. We are added unarmed weapon to. So we clean up prefabs. Now we want the room, studio room 1, player room orbit, just so we get horribly spawned. Only spawn. Right, so now they should melee attack me. Probably need to set them to. Some of these probably need to attack in a different direction. Okay. I need to tweak the damage on this. I gave myself insane health testing. I need to remove that. Enemies. Unarmed weapon. Base damage is 100. If I do players, play it soon. Max health 100. Any of these guys hit me at all, I will immediately die. And they're the only kind of enemy that spawns. Okay, I have underestimated, guys. What have I forgotten? Enemy. Controller. Attack type. Forward. Full reference exception. Unarmed weapons 5. What line is that? RPC. All that. 5. I forgot the not. Arm weapon. So they're only trying to deal damage to things that don't have health. Good move. Good move. Okay. Okay, we're still not attempting to attack me. Wait, we are. It killed me. It killed me. Excellent. I am dead. Beautiful. Right. Set up unarmed weapon on is now these are enemies that are walking around the room. What I should probably do is make their damage interval very small. And make them hit very often. And I should probably also I probably need to apply some knockback or some something that lights up and says you have been damaged. You know, jam on the corner of the screen, that sort of. For the moment, the more important thing though I want is auto fire. Um, Now, enemies kind of handle this internally just by waiting for the firing cooldown. Ball. Ball. Repeat fire. Now, the problem with this is I don't think I actually built something. When I first built the character controller, I don't think I built a release. Now, rather than spamming the server continuously, I think what we do is we pass the stop firing and the start firing server, and then let it just iterate the at whatever interval. So request fire. Thinking how best to implement this. If I was doing it locally, I would create a coroutine, and I'm just trying to think how will the coroutine integrate with um, okay, so we're going to do. I need a request fire and I need a request stop fire for a start. So let's do that. Protected virtual void. Let's just copy this. I don't need the parameters because it's literally just a stop. Request stop fire RPC. We also need a send server. Weapon does not override request stop fire RPC. Please ensure it is overridden. IEnumerator. Heat fire. Pass this a method, a fire method. So function what? Don't remember which import we need for this. I did it in my creator. Pass function as per. Come on, game, open. Oh, we've opened on the wrong screen. Proc gen system, runtime, frame generator. This is get fun. This was long. Yield return throttle. Object throttle. Throttle. It wasn't that. Object throttle equals. Oh, was that? Object. Object function. While true, yield, return, new, wait 4 seconds, firing cooldown, and then we're going to do function dot evoke, I think. That's not it. Where else? Well, let's just look at the methods. Oh, big. No, data containers. Franchise. That one. One I've done it here. Maybe I did it and then figured out another way of doing it. That might be what happened. Let's close that. And we won't need that project. Action. Invoke. Using system. We've got using system. So we can pass a function. The reason I'm doing it like this because I don't want to create a separate enumerator in every weapon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break out when we get request fire, I'm going to split this into the actual invoking of the method. Call the coroutine. Need a coroutine. So we a protected coroutine fire coroutine. I say because this is only being sent to the server, this should be fine. Actually, that just occurred to me. Does that mean that enemies, the projectile, um, if the enemies use a projectile that it's not going to run, the actual play part of that only runs runs on one. We'll come back to that. So I'm gonna start with projectile weapon because that's the one that I did first. So I'm gonna do if not if repeat fire detected, not private. If repeat fire, we're going to start coroutine. It's fire. We're going to pass it a function. It's going to be void fire single shot. Which also needs request fire parameters are FP. Oh, how do I pass? How do I pass the function? Heat fire. Fire or not. Uh, okay. Oh right, of course. I do this with the signals. It's request fire parameters. Spoke. Spoke. Match. Oh, hang on. This is backwards. Backwards. Specify. Oh no, no. Of course, of course. We don't want to do it like that. we kind of do. Request fire parameters. Function request fire parameters RFP. Invoke RFP. No method for invoke takes one argument. Function request fire parameters. Right, that's it. Fire. That's a protected. Right. Right. So single shot and RFP. Right. So the request fire parameters won't change, but when we invoke it every time, we're going to have to repass it. So I'm going to do remove that, place it there. That becomes fire single shot. If we repeated fire, start the coroutine. Let's clean this up a bit. Else, fire single shot. RFP. Right. Consideration. We need to check if the coroutine is already running when we're requesting to fire. When we set next fire time. Okay, so next fire time we're setting in fire. We actually probably want to put it. Oh no, because that's on client. We're gonna do if that's on client as well, and the coroutine's only going to be running on the server. So I'm just gonna knock up the skeleton of it, and then we'll worry about like hides inherited member. Oh, because it needs to override press fire stop. And we're going to do if repeat fire coroutine null return. This is essentially going to represent button. If repeat fire coroutine is null, we just return. We're going to do nothing. Not worth it. If stop coroutine, repeat fire coroutine. And then that should be it. So we stop. So I think that's it. That's not going to manage state correctly between client and server because we're doing the next fire time on the client side rather than just sending the input. I think I remember thinking about that when I first wrote it, thinking, well, this is going to be a problem later. We should maybe track that on the server, but for the moment, we'll worry about that later. our next problem is input. Request fire. Yeah, our next problem is essentially the signaling from the character controller. I'm gonna probably set none of the enemies to repeat fire because they don't need, like, they handle that anyway. Trying to think where the best place for. Right, let's bring up the player control. Player or the player control. It's player controller. Right, handle attack input. Request fire weapon. Now, these notify fire weapon performed. None of this actually was released this frame. I probably want to, let's just copy that to the start. Was released this frame. Yeah. Released this frame. This frame now. Special attack. Okay, so they aren't going to use repeat fire. Only fire. Fire. I'm leaving that in as a hint for later. If I decide to put, if I decide to implement the system for melee properly, because at the minute it's just fire. The character controller has 3 types of attack. What I'm using in the game only has 1. How are we getting null reference exception? I'm literally not running anything. Editor graph wake up on enable. Okay, fine. You do you. So request fire weapon. I'm going to need on fire weapon ended. Right. On release fire weapon requested and on release fire weapon performed. And then we're going to go down to skipped a bit. On fire weapon requested. Notify. So private void. Notify fire fire weapon requested. notify release fire weapon requested, and we're going to do the same for release fire weapon formed. And this one, so we're going to get on release fire weapon requested dot invoke on fire weapon performed on release fire weapon performed dot invoke notify fire weapon ended. Now that's not going to end the attacking, it's just going to say we've released the button. On fire weapon requested, on fire weapon requested. Let's check request fire weapon. Public void request fire weapon. So we've got notify fire weapon ended. Public void void notify fire weapon requested. That's going to be underscore release fire weapon requested, and the next one is going to be public void notify fire weapon performed. Yes, okay, that works. Request fire weapon, public void request fire weapon, can attack, that's fine. Request fire weapon, that's fine. Right, now we're looking at where are we calling performed? Particle weapon, particle weapon, particle weapon. Okay, that's character controller, character controller. Dot notify fire weapon performed. Particle weapon dot notify fire weapon performed. So now I want the player controller, and we want request fire weapon public void Oh, I've done those backwards. Request release fire weapon. Request release fire weapon. Okay. Request release fire weapon. Notify release fire weapon requested. Notify release fire weapon requested. On release fire weapon requested. Dot invoke. So now we need the character controller. Notify character controller from weapon.fire. It's handle attack input. It was override fixed update, player controller, character controller. I need to. I think we subscribe to the event in the character. So controller dot on fire weapon requested minus e. Request fire on public void. Don't think this one needs to be public at the moment. Real fire weapon. This is going to be fire weapon. Don't need the brackets. And I want the. I need to enable it as well. Controller dot on release fire weapon requested plus fire weapon. Brackets every time. Right, and this is the character. This will be the same. Check are we the owner? And then we do weapon dot stop firing. The weapon. Public void stop. Hang on. Fire weapon. I just called weapon dot fire. Got public void stop firing. Let's have a quick look at fire comparison. And then we're going to do request stop fire RPC. Request stop fire RPC, which should be implemented. I feel like I need to make these abstract. I'm going to make them abstract. We're just going to follow the pattern. Stop firing. So projectile weapon needs a stop firing. Public override void stop firing. And that then calls request stop fire RPC. Request stop fire RPC does that. Request stop firing RPC stops the coroutine. Deal with the Particle weapon next. Right, so this is plain we don't have stop fire. Public override void stop firing, and it's going to be exactly the same. Request stop firing RPC. That's going to be the same. That's particle weapon. Unarmed weapon, let's do that. I could have just put this in the base class, like I should have just put this in the base class. Unarmed weapon. I will refactor and clean up later. Is that all the weapon types? So yeah, lay and pray. I've not actually changed the settings to allow it. So what we're looking for at the moment is does it still work as intended? It looks like it. Enemy controller 121. Okay, we can do that one. Right, so I'm gonna make the player's weapon prefabs weapons particle weapon. And this is the one where I probably want fire. Okay, nothing. But I didn't save all the scripts. That's a start. I also probably want to put a notify stop firing performed. So controller dot notify fire weapon performed. The edit mode error is bugging. Let's just read. Nearly done. Well, today's stuff nearly done. If I can get this working, we are done today's stuff. And frankly, I didn't need to go into rapid fire, but I feel like the weapon I'm designing, particle weapon, is kind of intended for rapid fire. And I'm going to stretch my legs. Play this. Oh. Right. Like. I definitely need to upgrade my desk to one of those movable standing desks. Okay, we are not doing rapid fire. So first thing, let's check the weapon that's on the player. Particle weapon. Fire is enabled. Projectile. I didn't actually start the coroutine on anything but the projectile weapon. I'm also gonna, I think what I'm gonna do as well is I'm gonna do, once we've found the character, I'm gonna do if character dot is fire false. Enemies manage repeat fire already, so forcing this false. I'm going to edit and just make sure that actually runs. Particle weapon. What we're missing is in the projectile weapon, I moved the request fire RPC to just run a repeat. So request fire RPC needs to do basically the same thing. So if repeat fire start coroutine fire, that's that fire. I need to create a fire single shot. See that? Don't want the actual lines in it. So pass fire single shot and RFP. So if so we start the coroutine, else fire shot RF. Camera again. Fire single shot RFP. Okay. If repeat fire single shot RFP, and then basically everything here fire single shot. I've also got the problem here that if the coroutine is running, we need to block press fire again. But I'm going to worry about that later. There we go. And the request stop doesn't work. So I'm now just firing forever. Personally, I don't seem to actually be enemies. So that's fun. I hit one of them. Oh, hang on. I'm only hitting them... Right, I'm only hitting them when... Okay, that's fun. It's continuing to play if repeat fire coroutine. Oh, I didn't save the coroutine, so it's never stopping it. So repeat fire coroutine. And it'll be the same there. I might just not bother with unarmed. So I wasn't saving the coroutine, so when it's getting the request, it's just... Okay. And stop. Okay, stopping kind of stops. Okay, now I'm confused. Oh, of course. Repeat fire for this needs to work differently because its position moves. Right, I need a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh, God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some... Power. Oh, for God's sake. The double. No. You bastard. I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's the... Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh, God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some... Power. Oh, for God's sake. The double. No. You bastard. I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's the... Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh, God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some... Power. Oh, for God's sake. The double. No. You bastard. I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Okay, I think um, I need to revisit how I'm designing this. Just realize that when I'm sending things over the network, I'm only sending the position when I start firing. I'll need to get the position, I guess. What I'm going to do, I'm going to undo the repeat firing stuff. Right, we're going to leave single fire. Projectile weapon, I'm going to do the same thing. Undo it. I'm going to handle it on the client and I'll optimize later just so we can get it working. Right, that's that one done. Unarmed weapon. Don't need link anymore. Press stop firing RPC. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of press stop fire. Haven't converted this yet. Get rid of request stop fire. Projectile weapon. Press fire. Particle weapon. Press fire. They're gone. Weapon. Going to remove request stop fire RPC. I don't need that anymore. I do need stop firing, but it's going to be slightly different, right? So we'll handle it locally. So public override void hang on. I'm going to do this in the base class. I implemented all those before and then went, I should have just base class. Stop firing doesn't exist. Stop firing doesn't exist. Particle weapon, fire doesn't have a stop firing. Great, okay. So stop firing, it's not an abstract void anymore. It's just a void. What it's going to do is it's going to do if repeat fire coroutine stop coroutine repeat fire coroutine. Okay. Repeat fire coroutine. Can I implicitly commit to bool? Equals null. Sorry, is not equal to null. Okay. And we're going to create IE numerator with fire. We're still going to want to pass it an action. Be different depending on the classes. Protected action function. It's going to be almost the same as it was before. It's going to be while true. It's going to be fire. Going to be function dot invoke, and it's going to be yield turn new, wait for seconds, not next fire time, it's firing cooldown. Okay, so that's just going to go fire, 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 fire. Now, want to do fire, void, fire, single shot. This is where I'm going to do character control, notify weapon. Okay, all of that can go in. So if fire, start coroutine, fire, and I want to pass it fire, not, else, fire, shot. What fire single shot does is all of that. I'm actually going to break that out a little bit more. So we're going to do that in there and stop firing, switch that to equals null, turn, and then character controller notify fire weapon end there. So it's basically the same thing, but I'm just handling it. And it's a little bit simpler because we don't have to pass parameters. We're also going to increment the next fire time there. Basically, if we fire another shot while we've got it held down, it'll. So projectile weapon, we're going to do the same thing. So void, fire, single shot. Fire, single shot. And control fire weapon performed. Same thing. We're going to pass that into fire single shot. And it's literally a copy paste at that point. Most of it is handled in the base class. Unarmed, we'll leave unarmed as a single. Let's do it. Fire on void, fire. You know what? I'm not going to bother because we're not giving the player unarmed back to it. Okay, hopefully that works. It's going to be a little heavier on network traffic, so we should probably think about how we can optimize that later. But simpler. Okay. I am holding fire button. I am able to kill enemies. I am releasing the fire button. Right, so the signaling is still off on that because it still murders enemies. Set to use local transform. Oh, because if I spin while it's doing that, I must have accidentally set the particle back to use local transform. Get telling bullet particle. Relation space local. Ah. Back to that, one thing at a time. Right, so fire, we're not getting the stop firing quest. So I'm going to go into player controller and I'm going to go fire.was release this frame. We'll attach, step through and see where we get. We'll go one deep because I don't want it to be on fire weapon. I don't want it to do it every frame. That's going to get annoying. On release fire weapon. On release fire weapon requested. Fire weapon. Are we the owner? We are. Weapon.stop firing. Fire coroutine. Did I forget to save the coroutine again? I did. I forgot to save the coroutine. Same mistakes. Fire coroutine, walls, and I'm gonna have to put that in particle weapon as well. Active space. Now let's try it. Outbreak. Post game. Yes. It's weird that the particle rendered in renderers in a different space. Let's. I changed render alignment. That's going to take some fixing. Else I'm going to do higher priority. Let's commit that though. So fire working. Now, when I made the projectile weapon, I think let's close that, close that, close that, close that, close that. There. Projectile. So the way the projectile works is we give it a sound, and if it can play it, it plays it. If it's basically if its audio source is free, plays it. If not, it creates an instance audio. Ooh. I might. Okay, we're gonna copy this. So particle weapon. We're gonna close that to play impact sound. Play shot sound. So play shot sound. That has some bass. Because it's particle emitter's only visual. Do that on. Do that regardless. I I need to send a signal to turn to enable and disable firing on other players. The minute it's starting to play based on the input, and there is no input on the other players. So I think I need to replace it with an rpc.send to all, and we'll move this. We'll do that again in a minute. So I need to find an audio source. Cache references, audio source, audio source, public, make user wake, protected. So protected, override, void awake, base.awake, and it's going to do audio source, get component audio source. Projectile does thing. Reset audio. Set audio. References. So we want reset audio. We don't need audio source dot play. Particles play on awake. This is going to play on pulse. So we've got reset audio. This was when we end up pooling them later. So particle setting. Particle emitter. So we'll do serialize field audio clip. Fire sound. Pitch variance. Serialize float. Not for me. Set a range to it. Yeah, we did. So that one. Variance. Audio source dot pitch, radiant, blah blah blah. Okay, so the projectile set random pitch, find reference done. On network spawn doesn't matter. On network despawn doesn't matter. Doesn't dispose of projectile not relevant. Fire projectile. Right. This is no, not relevant. Play impact sound. Okay, and here's where we have all of this, which I've already copied over. Yeah, I did. So fire sound, and it does it at the transform dot position. So audio source dot clip equals fire sound. This is what I don't actually the reset, I guess, because with this we're not going back and forth. Just do that in awake. That's already happening, but I just don't need to call the reset later. Go. Yeah, I don't need to change this. I don't need to reset it. Do set random pitch. That equals fire sound. I'm going to remove this because it's unnecessary. Now I need a sound. Go. Pulse. Go on advanced search. Make this at most half a second. Hope you guys can hear these. Oh, I like that one. Pulse cannon fire. Okay, let's use that one. How long is it? 0.2 seconds. Download sound. We'll have that one. Git. Play for freedom. Third-party assets. Save. Open the folder. Document. Get attribution. File. close tabs, don't save. File name. And get this on audio, stick, sound effects. I'm going to do multiple cannon fire. Cannon. So prefabs, weapon, particle weapon, audio, cannon, variant, 10%. That sounds reasonable. Let's hit play. Let's see what we get. Did I actually do audio source.play and did I save? There is no audio source. I forgot to add the audio source. That would help. Audio source. Add audio source. No, I don't want to add things. Our output is sound effects. Our audio generator. Can be undefined if you're. Yeah, it set that anyway. Don't want play on awake. That should do. Okay, that's good. That's very good. That's very good. Let's come out of that. And we're going to go layer, particle weapon, firing cooldown 0.1. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, we have weapons. We have multiple weapons. Not going to balance them and tune them now. Added audio to pulse weapon. I need to fix the instance audio, but it's a fallback so that it's not. It's also not picking up the volume from the. Trying to think dirty way I can force it to do that. That's fine. We're good. Okay, let's. We have multiple weapon types. We have particle-based weapons, and I now have a selection of weapons. Done. Oh, that's beautiful. I need to put some enemies back in the room. And give you a maybe slightly faster particle. I'm not going to balance it. I am going to put some enemies back in the room though. So I'll go room building on 20. And I'm going to prefabs, enemies, lock the inspector, lock the inspector, prefabs, enemies. We'll do with weapon. Enemy. With a fire chase. But we'll leave that as a make that a crawler. And play with weapon. Let's just see what that looks like when I hit play. I haven't upped the stats because I didn't save the high fire rate. And I got immediately wrecked. Immediately wrecked. I need to put my health back up. Grabs, players. Lock this. 1,000 because no health regeneration at the game. I need to down mix that audio into mono. Stereo should be based on the audio listener. I think it's channel. Having a rapid fire weapon that pierces enemies is actually quite powerful. Way too much damage. I think it's still set to like 5,000 damage. Let's have a quick look at that too. Oh, we want particle. Oh, particle weapon. Base damage is 100. You know what? Let's set it to 0. And its base damage. Need some affordance for when enemies are getting hit, so maybe just quick knockback. Or that should be. I did. Hurt. Doing 5,000 damage. One shot everything. Got wrecked. That's good. That's good. And the enemies are now doing a victory lap. The enemies are doing a victory lap. I am gonna maybe particle weapon, make it damage that won't one shot thing. Okay. Damn it. Stop. Stop. Right. That's good. Set up weapons. All done. I'm probably going to have to call Jade about the order. they got a better ear for audio than. There's functionality. I have enemies. We have multiple weapon types. I now need some sort of interface to change between weapons. I guess that's not what I'm doing tomorrow. So we've got weapon framework, camera controls are done. What I'm gonna try and do tomorrow is full game loop. Load into a lobby, choose your character, just one proof of concept stat. Maybe two, maybe some color customization. We'll figure that out tomorrow. But I want to get the whole loop, and because one of the things that I know I need to figure out how to set up and I haven't done yet is I need to be able to transition a player from the lobby to to actual play, and then from play to the end screen. At the moment, all that's happened like is if when one player gets to the victory point, they get loaded into the next scene, but it doesn't go anywhere because it's not network aware. Endpoints are just not network aware. But this is good progress. I have shooting things. I have multiple enemy types. I was hoping to use the extra time today to add a couple of some visuals. I need some impact, like just smoke puffs and stuff, like just something. Remember, we need to contrast the color of it, but this is all polish. Right. Thanks for watching, guys. I'm gonna dip now. Back tomorrow morning. Have a great day. Bye bye.